Alright, you guys, it's Friday. See, I said we'd start a little bit earlier than yesterday. Not by much, but a little. Alright, so Friday is Planet Zoo Day. And Planet Zoo Day, right now, we're working on the solo park. Husband might go in off stream and wrap up his build on our duo park at some point. He's just been having trouble getting there, so in the meantime we'll just keep working on Streamland, which is our solo random wheel park. Come on, Twitch, there we go. I don't have our wheels set up yet for today, because I don't think we're going to be done early on our penguin area. That'll probably take up the entirety of today, if not part of next week. We'll see how fast I'm able to build and how long we go today. I love the soundtrack to this so very much. Yes, people need to potty, people want food. I know, I love the Where's Waldo shirts. Alright, let's pause. So when we last left off, we had finished the interior. I know there's not a shit ton of snow. They didn't seem to care if they had a shit ton of snow. And, because this is grayed out, so it's kind of like take it or leave it. But everything else looked pretty decent. It could be a little more soil, but excuse me. They seem happy enough. So we got in a little bit of lighting here, a couple of benches just kind of tucked right in there. I mean, we don't really need to have them there. We could put them over here, but I figured, you know, what the heck, might as well stick a couple of benches right there. We got in our decorating out here along the outside of our barrier area, and put in some signboards and a couple of donation buckets down here. We've got our talk point. We've got our talk point seating with our janky roof on top of it, but you know, hey, it's good. This matches the little areas behind our penguins over here. We do have people coming in and out. I know people are like, oh, it's so cold over here, and over by the giraffes they're like, oh, it's so hot. So I'm like, I don't know what you people want from me. Eventually they'll stop bottlenecking here and like walk through the other side of the exhibit once we get something on that side, but not quite there yet. We also did do a quick, very quick lighting pass around the penguin statues. They're kind of pissed off by these buildings over here, especially these three, because they're bleeding out over the path back here. We're going to see if we can do something about that. I believe this one is picking up decoration from the talk point and from over here, because this one's negative area has been reduced by 10% already, and we haven't touched it, and its scenery rating is 20%, so it's picking up something over here. I'm not entirely sure what. I think it's this stuff, maybe this. But these guys haven't really... Hey Boz, you picked up this game on Steam. It's on sale, but you haven't played it yet. Oh, it's very addicting. You can lose a lot of time in here without realizing it. Yeah, these guys didn't have anything done with them yet. I'm wondering if when we do a little bit of work on this end of the barrier, if we can get that to change. I definitely recommend playing through some of the tutorials first, just to get your feet under you, because it explains a bit how stuff works. I do like the building mechanisms. I don't think that's really the right word I'm looking for, but I do like the way you can build stuff, the way you can adjust it and tweak it and turn it. I like it a lot better. I like the controls in this game a lot better than I do like Parkitect. Parkitect frustrates me sometimes because I can't get the stuff turned the way I want to. Planet Coaster has these same basic build controls, if you've ever played that, since they are both from Frontier. If you're gonna be good, yeah, it is definitely a good game to zone out into and with. I've lost about 4 or 5 hours playing this game at one point, where I was working on something and then I suddenly was hungry. I'm like, why am I so damn hungry? And I looked at the time and I was like, oh shit, I should have made dinner like an hour ago. Very, very easy to lose your time in here. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing some days. Some days you need to lose time in a game, depending on how much of a shit show life is being for you. And it's especially, I don't know if really Zen likes the word I'm looking for, but it's nice that you have so many decorative options and that you can really get in there and set things up how you want them to be. Sure, you can use the zone out time after work. Oh, definitely. Definitely. I really didn't want that poking through there. I guess it's okay. I don't really think, like, these guys can't really fly, so it's not like they can hop out over that, but I mean, I've got the other one kind of poking through, but how far out do I have to bring you? Pretty far to not... Well, I mean, I guess that's okay. That's just me being fussy. Like, there's nothing saying it can't poke through the wall. I like being able to build. Being able to build is what drew you to it, and you tend to prefer to build in Sims instead of playing. Yeah, you know, kind of like how the people, how some people love to just build houses in, and design them out in the Sims. Like Sims 4 and shit. They don't really care about playing, they just want to build the stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. And I will say their DLC prices are fairly reasonable. And their DLCs do tend to go on sale a fair bit as well. Not for like a tremendous amount, but they're not that expensive to begin with, so I mean, it's kind of like, well, you know. Oh, we did have... Oh, that's a sign. Okay, I'm like, we had colored penguins? Really? How did I miss those? Alright. So we've got the big guy and the littler guys. We were going with the concrete ones. Yeah, that's a sign. Alright. Oh, this is the little guy. Little guy. Little guy, I would prefer you to sit flat. And then we can deal with you. And they're on sale too, so the base game is like $11.99, so why not? Oh, nice. I can definitely attest to the fact that this was not $11.99 when I bought it, so I'm jealous. Very jealous. But then again, I also got it on pre-orders, so, and I got the deluxe version, so I got the soundtrack with it, which I do not regret in any way, shape, or form. Soundtrack, totally worth it. 100%. Yeah, I think when we pre-ordered it, for me, it was like 56. So, very, very jealous. But it was with the soundtrack and all, so I can't really complain. It was definitely a good investment for the amount of hours I've put into here. And since we got it on Steam, Russell and I linked our Steam accounts to Family Share, so we can both play each other's games. So it was basically, you know, one game for both of us. It took us a little bit to figure out how to not have our saves on the same file, but we got it sorted. Like on the same copy, same account. But we were still new to figuring out Steam Share at that point too, so. Plus, if you want a game when it's new, it kind of, how it goes, yeah. And I do have Planet Coaster too. I don't play it that much. I was still trying to get my feet under me in Planet Coaster. When they started talking about Zoo, and I was like, oh, Zoo. I was a big Zoo Tycoon person. I would like to see your take on a zoo, very much so. And I think they've done a fairly good job. One thing I would like to see that I haven't seen yet, and I don't know if they'll do it, but I would like to see a couple of rides in the zoo. Like, I know there's the monorail and like the little sky above observy thingies. That's not what I'm talking about. I would like to see like an animal themed carousel or something like that. You know, or like them putting in, I don't even know if it's possible, but like them putting in a functioning playground that the kids can run around on. Or like those big elaborate rope course things. I would like to see them do that, because a lot of zoos are now putting them in to give the kids more stuff to do to burn off energy. You can make a safari ride. There is transportation. Where is it? Transport rides. You can do... you can make a safari ride. You just have to put the track through... this is what the station looks like, but they do have the safari vehicles. And there's vehicle airlocks and things. That's a train. And there's like a riverboat thingy. And there's a monorail. So like there are ways to do like sky rides and stuff, and there's like a little train that you can do around the place. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Sneeze kind of popped up in there. Hello, Jeremy. Is this the zoo that you were building with your husband? This is a solo zoo. I still have the file with the husband. The file with the husband is temporarily on hold. Husband suffers quite badly with severe anxiety and depression, and if he's just not feeling it, he's not going to be able to force himself to play. So we started a solo park to build when he's not up to playing. He's going to try to finish the exhibit build that he started. He might not be able to finish it on stream, which is fine. If he wants to finish that off stream, that's cool, if that would be easier for him. He's trying to get through that build He's not having much luck at the moment because he's just not in a Planet Zoo brain mode. It'll come back around for him. It goes in cycles. And when it does, then he'll finish up that, and then we'll be popping back into the duo zoo. But I also have this zoo, which is a random spin of the wheel solo build that we're working on. So this is Streamland Park. This is the solo one, and Salt Marsh Park is our joint adventure. We've put in giraffes and zebras in a joint exhibit back here. We put in a couple of souvenir stands. I've left some space for a concession stand, possibly put in a bathroom in our little picnic park area. Got a talk point here. And lots of trees, lots of shade back here. And we've got our staff area all sorted out back in this area. The wheel said that we were going to get penguins next. So, well, the wheel and the animal generator, or animal picker. So I was like, well, we can't, like, the temperature difference is dramatic, and I couldn't freeze out the giraffes, right? So we ended up coming over here for the penguins. I haven't gotten us a concessions or a restaurant or anything like that yet, so they're kind of hot and thirsty and hungry and getting bitchy, so hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Yeah, we'll do a tour of... I did a small tour the last one through. We haven't done our entrance yet. We haven't gotten very far in this one. But we'll do another walkthrough once we get further through this today. We'll see how far we get today. Last week my hand had been swelling, and my one finger, my index finger, was getting really painful. I have some problems with my wrist and stuff from a past work injury, so it can flare up at the worst times. So we'll see how far I manage to tolerate going today. Because this is a lot of mouse work for me. So the more mouse work I do, the more my hand tends to flare up a bit. Which is why we only do it one day a week. I really did want to do this more than one day a week, but my hand's just like, no. That's just not gonna happen. Alright. But yeah, this is our solo guy. Now, I think our long one is too long. Let me see. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, now I'm all snuffly from my sneeze. That's annoying. Oh no, it'll fit. It'll fit down on in there. Now, this is the first time I've really used these items. These pre-done wall murals. But I do like the splash of color they add. Quite a bit. Alright, I think we'll... Where is it? Here. We'll grab our trash can. This looks like a good spot for a trash can. And about, say there. And we'll grab another light pole. Put that about there. Be right back. Stream open but away from keyboard. Okay, cool, no problem. I know, life happens. Sometimes you gotta go and take care of stuff. Actually, give me one moment. I'm just gonna mute real quick. I've got to blow my nose. Okay, that's a little better. Sorry. Alright. Just, my allergies are terrible. For some reason, they're terrible on a good day, but for some reason, this, I don't know, we're gonna call it spring, this whatever it is, it's like 20 times worse. No, I want you out here. No, I don't want you there. Oh, you're gonna be stubborn. So, for some reason, it wants to go where it wants to go, and I don't want it to go there, so... Do I need to slide you over? Oh, no, wait. Wrong button. Alright, can I do wish we had a little bit more finer control over the benches, but they go on the edge of the thing, right? I don't think there's anything I can do. Like, these are my only movement controls on those. Alright, we're gonna have to put some more lighting in, but let's wait until we get the other set of these guys in, I think. Actually, you know what? Here, let's do another signboard. Alright. Let me duplicate that. Really? You're gonna be dumb? It's gonna be dumb. Sometimes it snaps too, probably because I did a duplicate grab. This would probably be faster if I just grabbed a fresh set. You know what? Yeah, let's just grab a fresh set. Habitat Education Board. Alright, let's stick you there. Construction. Alright, so we've been using this guy on there. Oh, we have a small one. Oh. This section is curved, so that's going to be a slight issue. I mean, there is a curved one, but it's a little too curved for what we're doing here, so that's fine. That's okay. King Penguin. Alright, I feel like it's not quite centered with this, but that's okay. 'Cause that's adorable. Maybe we'll get beavers sometime. Where are they? Hello? I know you exist 'cause I found you accidentally. There we go. It's just so big. I mean, I don't know. It kind of... I don't know. Let's put the rocks in while I think about it. Okay. Sorry, my allergies are still attacking the crap out of me. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. I don't know if I am necessarily feeling that one. This one looks a little better. A little bit. Alright. Okay, we can live with that guy. I mean, maybe. Maybe. It does. I mean, we're gonna have guest feet clipping that though, so. Is something to keep in mind. I could put a don't walk here barrier, but I don't want them to not look at the sign though. Alright, what do we got for this guy? Let's see, can I turn you? I have it kind of upside down, so it's being a little extra fussy. Normally this red arrow would be pointing up. Alright, let me see. You. Grab you. So how has Boz been? I haven't caught you lately. I try not to bug you too much on Discord. Alright, let's see about getting that into there. Oh, I am still kind of poking through the glass there a bit. Maybe I'll go with this one. Don't want to completely block the view. Tired, working weird hours, 4 a.m. to 12:30. Ew. What the fuck? Why? That's the most bizarre schedule I've ever heard. Oh, no. They just want to make you mad? That's terrible. Like, why? You on truck duty or something? Because that's the only reason I can think of having someone come in at that time. You lost your overnights because the management quit, so that's what we got stuck with. Oh. Yeah, I miss... I'm such a dork. I miss shit being open 24 hours. If there's one sadness that hasn't been rectified yet from all of the things that COVID brought on, I grew up outside of Atlantic City, New Jersey. So touristy area, casinos that are always open 24/7. There's always something to do, You can always go there. There's late night shows. There's bars open, something to do. Right? Places to eat, something. You can always pop over to whatever casino restaurants open 24 hours and grab something to eat. It might be a little expensive. It might not be the best, but if you're in a bind and really don't want to cook, that's a thing. You're used to living in places that roll up and shut down at like 9 p.m. Oh, really? So growing up in like a 24/7 area, because the casinos were 24/7, so you had shift workers that were coming and going 24/7. There was always traffic on the two main roads coming in and out. Well, I guess three main roads, the only three roads coming in and out of Atlantic City. So there's always traffic, people coming down from New York, people coming down for Philly, all kinds of tour buses bringing people down from New York that ran their businesses up there. And then, the buses wouldn't even like roll in until midnight because they waited till they shut their stores down and that sort of stuff. And, there was Walmart that was open 24 hours. There would be Wawa's open 24 hours. And for those that don't know what Wawa is, it's a very regional thing. Although I think they just started to put some in Florida. I saw one or two when we drove through there. I was like, Wawa! It's kind of like a 7-Eleven. And I know it's something stupid to be excited about, but we don't have them here. And I liked their food. I liked their grab and go food that they had. And they had like soft pretzels up on the counter a lot of the times and stuff. I don't know. I just liked to run in there, grab a salad, grab a pretzel, maybe grab a hot dog and an iced tea and bail. I could get dinner at Wawa, no problem. And a lot of times I did when I would leave. Thank you, loud vehicle. A lot of the times I would when I would leave my job at the craft store. Because when I was working for AC Moore, towards the end of my time there, I was working, did we ever call a mechanic? I was working closed shift, so especially during fourth quarter, we wouldn't get out of there till 11. If we were lucky, if the store wasn't completely trashed. They tried not to hold us too long, but we also had to prettify the place for in the morning. But yeah, I'd just be like so done with trying to figure out what I was going to eat for dinner when I got home, because then I had to be back at like 1:30 the next day. But I had to catch the bus, so I had to like leave my house at like noon with the bus transfers and the way the schedule ran and stuff. So I was very much over fending for myself at that point. I'm like, just something to shove in my face, please. But when we moved down here to Arkansas, the only two things that really had shift workers that you knew of were like the hospitals, obviously. But there was Tyson Chicken, the chicken processing plants. And, oh no, that's not gonna work. I don't really think I can turn you. I mean, I could probably turn you. But you're a little thin. What about... You're still a little thinner than I want. I'll grab you. You've had many Cumberland Farm sandwiches and slushies. Yeah, it's similar. It's similar. And, you know, similar to 7-Eleven. I've never been to a Buc-ee's. We don't have them in Arkansas. I do know that people rave about them. Oh, what did I do with this axis on this? And apparently there's like 1 or 2 in Florida now, but those came in before we went through there. Or after we went through, excuse me. We went through there before they came in. There we go. Words and processing and trying to do 5 things at once. Doesn't work so well for the Nisey brain. It really doesn't. I will misspeak a lot, and I do apologize. If you catch me in a misspeak and don't understand what the fuck I'm trying to say, please tell me. My brain doesn't work so good, so my brain has problems at times, and I do apologize. I try to work with it the best I can. But yeah, they're going to be similar. Maybe one day we'll see a Buc-ee's, but I miss my Wawa runs and stuff. But down here, I was trying to get back to my thought. I couldn't remember where I was going with this. Now I do. So many trains coming into the station and leaving at all different times. So when we moved down here, you know, after leaving the casino, and suddenly not being in a 24-hour town, it was quite a shock at how different stuff was here. It's a hell of a lot quieter. You don't hear the squeal of bus brakes trying to stop quickly at the stops that were near the end of our street. We also lived in the flight path for the Atlantic City International Airport. So you'd hear, and there was also a National Guard, Air National Guard base there too. So you would hear the F-16s or whatever the hell they were taking off at all hours of the night, doing their patrols and shit. And so you know that got to be commonplace, and just part of the background noise. And you'd hear the planes going over the house all the time, and like directly over the house that were coming into land and shit. So you know that sort of became the norm. Not gonna lie, I had a couple of traumatic dreams a couple of times, where I thought I was on a beach in the middle of a war and that bombs were falling next to me because the jets were so loud, and I was like in this weird state of almost awake but not quite. And that's what my brain coughed up, and I'm like, oh god, like I woke up with my hands over my head. I was like, oh my god, what is happening? And then it slowly filtered in that there was just a bunch of jets taking off, and they were flying really low, and I was like, oh god, the noise. My traumatic childhood. Although I wasn't that young when that happened. I was in high school when that happened, so I don't know, I can't explain that. But yeah, so, I mean, definitely used to the hustle and bustle and being able to go do shit whenever I wanted to, you know. And it wasn't odd to be out late at night. Here, apparently, it's odd to be out late at night. Oh, yeah. It's terrifying to live in the flight path of an airport, especially now. I'll get into a story about that in just a minute, but, it's so bizarre living here, because, you know, when Walmart was open 24/7, we were like, fantastic, awesome. That worked for us, because we don't like being in large crowds of people. Neither one of us do. I'm a little more weird about it than Russell is. I can hold my own if I have something going on to think about, to distract me, if I have a mission, but just being, you know, around a large amount of people, like crammed in, like Christmas holiday shopping. Oh, I can't do it. Not anymore. For a while I could kind of bully myself through it, but no, I wanted that. I just can't do it anymore. It's terrible. So here, nothing's open. Walmart was. And that was about it. Except for maybe Come and Go, which was like a gas station chain. Kind of like 7-Eleven. That's it. And apparently, because this is like a farming community type deal, it's much more rural than I'm used to. We lived in suburb. We didn't have cows down the street, or you could hear chickens from our yard at like 5 a.m. Or 4 a.m. whenever they started popping off. But we didn't have coyotes in my area of New Jersey. I think the most we had to worry about was a stray raccoon or a possum. But you know, it was cool that Walmart was open because we could go there at like 2 a.m. because we knew what time the workers went, or when most of the workers generally went to lunch on night shift, because we worked night shift at a different Walmart. We would go to not the one we worked at. You never want to grocery shop at the store that you work at, because you know things. Just saying. You know things. Russell and I worked at one of the, you get bears in the front yard, so there's that. Oh god, I would be shitting myself. Oh, that would be terrifying for me. I don't know if I could handle bears in the front yard. That would be a lot for me to handle. Seriously would. I really want this guy here, but I think he's a little big. Maybe if we turn him. Can I turn you? Because I need your feet to be touching something. I need you to be anchored. Can't just have you out here floating away. That's kind of... That should be good enough. I don't think you're... Yeah, okay, you're good. So, like, we would go at, like, 2 a.m. Go grocery shopping. It was the further away Walmart. It was, like, more like a 25-minute drive, but that was fine. And the only thing we really had to contend with was pallets of freight on the floor and dudes scrubbing the floors at night. And we were like, fine, whatever. But the people traffic was low enough where we could stop and think. Because, you know, it's a university town up in Fayetteville, Arkansas. So we don't live in Fayetteville. We live outside of it. But, you know, there'd always be college kids in there getting snacks and shit, or doing their shopping, because, you know, college life and cramming at 2 a.m. and you need snackies, so you know, that sort of thing. But it was a lot easier to handle because it's such a high volume store with people. I know his foot's kind of disappearing into the rock, but that's okay. So it was just much easier for us to handle. I'm trying to figure out what size I want. I think that one's too big. I think we need this one. And then COVID happened. And then Walmart wasn't open 24 hours anymore. Not even the neighborhood market. Like, there was a closer one that was, like, Walmart has neighborhood markets, and then they have super centers. The super centers has your home goods and shit, and the neighborhood markets are, like, just food. Just a standard grocery store. So there is a closer just grocery store to us than the Supercenter, but the Supercenter had a larger selection because they had more room to work with. So we preferred to go there. But then when COVID happened, nothing was open. And we couldn't just go to Walmart at like 2 a.m. if we couldn't sleep, and just get our grocery run done then. So it was a bit annoying. And we thought, oh, well, maybe after COVID it'll come back. Nope. They did away with the overnight shifts because our friend was still working there and he had to get moved to a daytime shift. And they still haven't brought it back, and I doubt they're going to now that they're realizing that they can get away and still function without that grave shift, because they paid more on grave shift because you're working overnight. So I think you got like 50 cents more. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but you know, 50 cents to them is 50 cents to them, and if they don't have to pay it, they're not gonna. Hell, it's fighting tooth and nail to even fucking get unemployment from them. Doesn't normally happen. They will find some excuse. Like, workman's comp, if you try to, you've never seen a Supercenter or a Super Target even before COVID? There was nothing but gas stations open 24 hours. Yeah, like, it was a little creepy in there at night when, you know, like, half the lights are off, but we managed to get in and get out and get what we needed, and we just felt that we could take our time a little bit more because there just wasn't so many people pressing around us. That store does a lot of volume because I think Fayetteville's got a population of like 70,000. It's spread out, so it doesn't look that big. But, and then, you know, depending on the time of year, college may or may not be in session, so some of the kids go home for summer and some of them stay and work summer jobs. You've got $2 more doing overnights, and now that's gone, and you lost Sunday pay as we don't get a truck on that day anymore. I don't think we did Sunday pay because I think I worked on Sunday, but we got 50 cents extra for working overnight at Walmart. And then if you worked in either dairy or frozen, you got $1 more, because of the temperature and having to deal with that. I kind of liked working frozen because I run hot. I'm a tad bit overweight, but I'm always hot. Even when I wasn't quite so overweight, I was always hot. So it didn't bother me. Like, I even sleep hot. Like, I have to have the room cold or I can't sleep. So I kind of liked frozen a little bit better than dairy. But dairy was hard on my body, and I couldn't do it anymore. Didn't help that I was kind of feuding with my coworker, and there was only 2 of us at night. That's a whole nother story. But yeah, like, we had coats and stuff, and they provided coats, but I didn't know how long they went before washing, because somebody would have had to have taken them home to wash them, or like sent them out to be dry cleaned. And the thought of putting on the provided coats skeeved me something terrible, because I'm like, when was the last time this was washed, and what was spilled on it last, and who the fuck wore it last, kind of thing. And I'm like, I can't. I just can't. It was too much for me, and I'm just like, nope. Nope. Because, I mean, there wasn't a washing machine on premises, so I don't know what the fuck they did to clean them. And then, you know, the thought always popped in my head, are they actually cleaning them? Because I was like, I don't know about this. Alright, can I slide you over just a little bit? Yes. Okay. Alright, so that's not bad. That's pretty pretty decent in there. How do you feel about it? You're picking up 5% scenery from that over there. Okay, that's fine. We're still gonna do something with you. We're not relying on just that, because that ain't gonna cut it. But, lighting. So let's... What does this button do? Okay. So we've got our spotlights in the ground here. Up on our penguin-y guys, kind of. Alright, so we need to do these guys. But yeah, coming here now, like, we can't go food shopping at like 1 or 2 a.m. if we can't sleep. Or if we really need a snack, like, we have to go to either the Pilot truck stop, which is about a half an hour, 40-minute drive. Up in, where the hell is it? Rogers? Springdale? One of those. Maybe Rogers, Arkansas. They've got a Pilot that's right off the interstate. And, it's either that. Oh, actually, I wonder if the one in Greenland's closer. Didn't think about that. 'Cause we're dumb. But that road's really dark at night, so I don't know if we would bother doing that. But anyhow, so there's just, you have to pre-plan your snack emergencies. It doesn't always work. Alright, I'm just gonna place you so that I can try to figure out what the hell I'm doing with you, because you don't light up until you're placed for some reason. Alright. Now, where are you? There's people all in the way here. Okay, there you are. What if I sink you just a little bit so that you're not in the way? Okay, that works. Alright, so, you've been doing this work for over 10 years, 4 different stores, nothing's been washed. Yeah, like, I'm just, like, looking at it and I'm like, this doesn't seem sanitary. And just because especially of where they had them hung. They had them hung above where we would put the frozen dairy claims, so stuff that would be completely out of date and things, or by the milk crates that were always icky. And you would see crusty stuff on those coats, and I'm like, no, that's okay. I actually went and bought a shitty cheap, like, $15 winter coat from the Walmart Supercenter that was mine, that I could just, you know, I only wore it for work, and I washed it like every couple of days, because just no thank you. It was too much. I'm just like, yeah, no, I need to know when this was washed last, because this is skeevy for me. It's not too bad. We've got, oh, that's right, we've got 2 guys over here. But, oh, so, when I worked, no, when we lived, it didn't seem to matter where we lived between, the 2 different towns that we kind of, switched between. Up in Jersey, we seemed to somehow always manage to land in the flight path of the airport. That was called an international airport, but it didn't, how to put this, they were built for international capabilities. The runways were long enough to handle the planes that, like the larger planes that you would see doing coast to coast stuff, or, you know, across the, or overseas. But they just couldn't seem to get the interest of those carriers. Thank you, loud vehicle. That wasn't really necessary. What did you make?
I made that French toast.
Oh, did it come out okay?
It could have been better. I forgot the butter.
Butter?
You use butter on the pan before you cook with it?
Yeah, and then I put butter on it when it comes off, too.
Yeah, well, I forgot the butter.
Oh, did it stick?
No. I used my big flat pan.
Oh, see, I had just put the butter on it to keep it from sticking. Because of the pan that I would use for it. Sorry, Russell tried to cook. But, they tried. They had, Delta was there for a little while. It didn't last long, but it was there for a little while. And, but Spirit Airline is like the only airline in there consistently, from what I understand. But, and then you've got the Air Force Base, well, the National Guard Air Force right there. So it was just non-stop. Now, it was a little worse when we lived in Ep.7, New Jersey, as compared to Pleasantville, New Jersey. Ep.7, New Jersey, we were a lot closer to the flight path, so we would hear the F-16s or whatever fighter jet they were taking off a lot louder, I suppose you could say. No. Come on. There we go. But, even when we lived in Pleasantville, we would hear it. So sometimes those planes were so low, it felt like you could reach up and touch them, or throw a rock and hit them. I know it was just an optical illusion, most likely, but they looked so fucking low. It was terrifying. A lot of the times. And then you would get, there was a couple, was there a couple? There was one that I know of. There was one plane crash. It was a small, Cessna. Cessna the right word? It was a little turboprop plane. I think it sat like 3 people, maybe. I remember, I think it was in the summer. I remember my parents waking my ass up and dragging me out of bed because the power had gone out and nobody knew what the fuck was going on, and my aunt had called my mom and was like, there was a plane crash and that's why the power went out. And she's like, what? Because my aunt, my uncle that was married to that aunt, worked for the city of Pleasantville or something at that point in time. And so he knew shit that was going down. And he looks like he's standing on the edge of the trash can. And so my dad got up. I had to get up. I think it was like 1 a.m. It could have been later. And she made us go over to where the plane crash had been, which I didn't understand. And we were standing on a side street along with the gathering crowd. And this like little prop plane was stuck in the trees and tangled up in the power lines and all the utility lines. And there was a and like I think there was a half broken telephone pole, and it was just the bizarrest thing ever. And I'm like, why aren't we here? Ironically, I think that was at the end of the street where we ended up moving to in Pleasantville. It was very bizarre. Very bizarre. But that was weird. Can we... Hello? Cycle change? You're not gonna? Do we have to hit play? Really? Change the time of day. Or does that only go to... Maybe it just resets it. Let's see. We need to do some building work here. Hit pause here. That way we can see a little bit better. Alright. So that was very strange. And I also... Like, we were sort of affected by 9/11, like everybody was, but differently. But you know, we're not that far from New York, like a 3-hour drive from New York, but not like northern Jersey was. But I remember being at work that day, and we were only hearing snippets about what was going on, so it was very confusing because we didn't understand fully what was going on. I'm like, we should go home, and like, but we had to still keep working. And we didn't really have a way to get info. Like, the office manager and the store manager were holed up in the office with a radio or something. But the rest of us had to keep running the store, so that was very strange to me. And we could go with this. Let's see, what's our other options here? It was just strange. It was a strange day. And then when they stopped all flights, we lived in the flight path for the airport. I can never explain to anyone how eerie it is when you constantly have fighter jets taking off, commuter flights going overhead, you know, your other like 2-row planes, I don't know what sizes those were, you know, taking off and flying over and coming into land. It wasn't like an every 5-minute plane landing deal, but it happened enough where you noticed the planes, and when they stopped all the flights, it was so quiet. That's what really struck me, was how effing silent it was. And it was very bizarre to not hear them. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you'd hear an F-16 take off. That was frightening after it was so quiet all day or all night. And then at like 1 o'clock in the morning, suddenly the sound of a fighter jet taking off, piercing the silence. Like what? I can't do the ice blocky stuff because there's no snow, so it looks funny. I guess we'll go with the Arctic wood after all. I mean, we should probably go with the Arctic wood because it'll tie in with our talk point here. Oh, no. What are you doing? There we go. Didn't do what I thought it was gonna. COVID reminded you of that too, working by the airport. Nothing's got... Yeah, it was so... It was... it's hard to explain unless you've lived in that situation of just how creepy when you don't hear something that's been part of your background noise for forever. And yeah, it was a sound that you really didn't think about when it was happening all of the time. It was just like, oh yeah, another plane taking off, whatever. It just became part of the daily grind and your background noise. But then to have it suddenly gone after you had gotten so used to it, really, really odd. And really hard to cope with. Like, I think that's like what really drove things home. Of how crazy this whole thing was. But when we moved down here, we're not in an airport path. So I had a very hard time oh, you know what? I had a very hard time dealing with that because it's just so fucking quiet. Like, after, like, I couldn't figure out what the hell was bugging me so bad when we moved here. And I'm just like, it's weird. And I couldn't, you know, settle in, and things just seemed off-putting, right? And couldn't figure it out. And it was really starting to bother me, actually. Oh, I really don't need that one because we can just duplicate you. Can we not? There we go, that's what I want. And then it hit me. It's too quiet. I was like, Russell. He's like, what? I was like, it's too quiet. He goes, well, we're kind of in a rural area. I was like, no, you don't get it. Like, there's no planes. He's like, what? I was like, there's no planes taking off. It's kind of weird. A bit. For me. There's no planes taking off. It was very strange. A very hard time with it. I still do at times. Like, it didn't hit me that that's what was missing until a tiny little, like, private plane went overhead the one day. And I heard it kind of putting along, and I was like, son of a bitch, that's what's wrong. And it was just very... Really? You're either gonna sit below it or above it. Huh. I don't know. That might affect how we do things down here. Duplicate you. Oh no. Let's not. Okay. Let me... I was hoping to save myself some trouble, but apparently that's not gonna happen. It was just so weird, and you know, I heard it going over, I'm like, what's that noise? I'm like, oh, it's a plane. I was like, Russell, it's a plane. It's like, yeah. I was like, that's what's weird. I hadn't heard a plane the entire time that we've been here. Alright, let me get rid of that. So... Are you still gonna be weird about it? I mean... Sort of? But not really. Alright, can I split you? Alright, let's see if we can... make this work here. Alright, so I do have you poking through the side just a tiny bit. Alright, that's good. So for those that missed WoW Challenges Wednesday, we did get the DK finished. So we officially have 4 classes to go for our attempt at completing all of the classes as Bloodthirsty Challengers. So that is all sorts of fun and exciting. So I'm doing like a glassed-in, walled-in patio on the top of this keeper's hut because it's so cold over here. I don't think it would be like open area for them to take a break. I think it would be enclosed for them to be warm but yet take a break. Doors. Okay. So we have an Arctic door. It doesn't stand out very much on the Arctic wall by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, that one's a bit ornate there. So like that's a little much. Alright, I'm trying to get in there. We have this wall here, so it's a little bit difficult. So yeah, that feels like it's a little... I mean, I know this was the African door, but... I'm not feeling that little light weird color around the glass. I mean, it is picking up the shades in the wood though. Like, it is doing that. So, I mean, I guess that could kind of work. And it does sort of break up our darkness here. Sort of. I mean, I guess that kind of works. Should have done this before we put the walls on, but that's okay. We can work around that. So the specific Arctic windows, really small, like super tiny. They kind of look like cuckoo clock windows. Like a little bird pops out of them. My grandmother had a cuckoo clock. I think it was actually from Germany. I had these weights on these chains that were like heavy metal pine cones, but like skinny pine cones, like before they open up. It's the only way I can describe them. And it didn't always chime, and like the little people didn't always do their thing. Like, she had to do something to it to make it do that, but she was constantly fussing with the chains. I guess to reset the time on it or something. I don't know. It was very strange. Can we change the... No, we can't change that. We change this. Just the light color. Okay. I mean, we could go... What's an emissive window panel mean? Oh, just kind of like it's sunk in there. We could do that. Hard to get a good angle on this guy. Alright, so maybe we do like one there. Oh, wrong arrow. Definitely wrong arrow. With the red one. In this case. Thank you, Mr. Motorcycle, for joining today's stream. Sorry, it's warm today. We have the window open. Shit's gonna be a little bit louder. I wish I could put a bench up here off of the pathway, but in order to do that I'd have to build a fake one. Don't really feel like doing that right now. We could though. Let's see here. Oh, sorry, I just happened to think of something. Let's see if I can find it. I can't always find it. And I can't remember if it's called what I'm thinking it's called. That's the one I was thinking of. We might go with that one because it might be less flickery. There's another one. Is it? Okay, these guys. Sometimes these guys like to flicker. But the color... is good. I mean, I think we can recolor these. Yeah, these ones we can recolor. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. So we'll get that in there. I'm trying to be on an angle so we can be in here a little bit easier. Yeah, that works. Alright, let's go back into nature. And we'll go into gardening. Let's see. Those are water plants. I love this. Like, that is quite nice. Not what I'm looking for here, but I'll have to remember that. And what I'm looking for might actually... be in a different menu. It might be under, yeah, it's under plants, not that. Okay. Stereo fill. So it's just kind of the green without the flowers. I thought there was... There should be... oh, ow. Fell off my footrest. Alright, that's a little big. That's not bad though. Alright, so we'll get some ivy here, just, you know, to brighten up the place just a little bit. Come back into gardening. We've got a couple of planter options. Looking for something a little bit smaller. That's huge. That's huge. That's a little bit smaller. Can I change the colors on this? No. Can't change the color on that either. What about you? Nope. Oddly enough, I can change the color on you. Fascinating. But you're huge, so you're not gonna work. Oh, that's just the trim. I mean, we could go back to... these guys. I mean, that one's not... well, yeah, it is kind of. I mean, they are kind of big. Huh. Oh, did I just, like, reset it? I did, because I'm dumb. Alright, what if we go with the lighter blue there? Alright, let's see here about sliding you over to here. Might need to lower you just a little bit. Alright, and then we will have you slide all over the place where I didn't want you to go. And then we'll put that there, and we'll... how low were you? I think you should be a little bit higher. That's probably good. We might need to pull you out just a little bit further. Just a wee bit. Okay. Nature. Alright, so what do we want to put in here? Is the next question. Like, this guy's gonna be tremendously huge. That's not gonna work. Maybe we can go with a topiary tree. It's possible. Love it if we had like a tinier pine that would fit in there. We don't seem to, but it would be nice. Let's see. These guys are huge. Oh, hey. So since this is the keeper's hut, right? Let me see if I can get this to work. So who's to say that they're not like growing food up here for some of our friends? I don't even know why they added these in. So I'm all sorts of fascinated by it. But they did. Come on. There we go. Wasn't grabbing the right arrow there. There we go. Very hard to get into these tight spaces sometimes. My own fault. For sure, but still, I'm just so fascinated. No, I want the... Okay, well, you're gonna be weird about it, so let me just grab a new one. Though I was hoping to, Where did you go? Oh, there you are. You're up. Why are you up there? And why are you upside down? You're so silly. Alright, I keep like wanting to zoom out further so I can see my placement. I have to keep reminding myself, no, you can't go that far out because you're gonna lose where you're at. Alright. Sorry that amused me, I wanted to grab it. Alright, I need a small something. I would like to see a smaller something. That's a huge something. Maybe. I think we've used this one in the past. Are you sticking up through the roof though? No. Okay, cool. You could potentially work. Can I set you down in there just a little bit further? I mean, you're going to be poking through part of the planter. But, I mean, you are up here, so that might not matter quite so much. Alright, so we got that, and I really wish that I could stick a piece of pathway up here, but it's not gonna let me. So question then becomes, let's flip you over. And we'll turn you. Okay, so you're not quite level. Looks a little better. Let's pull you up. Grape vision. Alright, okay, need to adjust you a little bit more. And we can have like a little stone benchy guy. Just kind of chilling out here. Okay. Oh, you're gonna fight with yourself. Okay. Well, sure then. Is that gonna fix it? Or are you still gonna fight? Alright, what about the other ones? The other ones aren't really fighting. Which is fascinating. Okay. Alright, now. Just want to get a light put in here. What light though? Let's see. What do we have for some lighting options? I mean, I don't really want to do the snowflake if we can help it. Seems a little too themed towards, you know, like Christmas, so. And while these are a winter, well, a colder climate species, I just feel like that's a little too a little wrong direction. I guess we can go with this one. I know it's the Australian wall light, but it's very utilitarian. It feels very, maybe not utilitarian is the word I'm looking for. It has a very industrial feel. And it feels like it would be good in all sorts of settings. Maybe utilitarian is the word I want. I don't know. Words and I don't always get along very well. Alright, cool. Okay, now we have to figure out our roof situation. So we did this color over here. I know we still need to pretty up the sides of this, and we will. Let's see, actually. Negative impact on guests. Okay, so we have shrunk you down a fair bit. Okay, so we've got the circle shrunk down by 20% out of the 50 possible. Which is fine. It doesn't have to be 100% scenery rating. We're getting there. This will also feed off of the stuff that goes in around it too, so we don't have to get 100% on the building itself with what we're doing at the moment, because, you know, where it's sitting will also add into that number, and the highest we can get this is at 50, so that's fine. Facility has power. Good. Alright. Is this in a work zone? Yes, okay. Okay. I don't know why the Keeper's Hut is part of the talking point work zone, but okay. I mean, that should have been, but that's fine. We'll figure that out. Okay, so, roofs. Alright, so let's see if we can grab this roof. I have to find it. There it is. I forget what color we bumped on out of there. So if we I'm sorry, what? We could change the color on the other piece. Why can't we with this one? Oh, now it's gonna let us. Okay. What? Oh, it's up here. Why? Is it because it's already placed? I don't remember what colors we used. Maybe? I mean, that looks similar, so that's fine. That was very bizarre. I don't understand why I did that. So we're gonna do a bit of a different roof on this one. This one seems a little fresher. I think the colors look slightly different. But you know what? I don't think I'm gonna fuss over it too much. Did this one had trim, right? Oh. Hold on. That was the 1 meter. Where? So, which one was this? That one? Oh, you know what? Maybe we should go with that one. This does seem a little flat for the size of the building. I mean, yeah, that's probably a little bit better. Alright, let's come back into our trims. 4 meter, 2 meter. Yeah, there we go. That works. Definitely brightens up all of the dark of the wood here. So, since we've got that going on, I think we're going to go into the keeper's hut itself. The window color. We'll just adjust this a bit. That works. That's a little bit better. Matches a bit better. Alright, our door. Oh, now we're gonna be flickery. Can we not be flickery? Window color, door color. Probably should do the door. Similar color. Alright, so we got a little bit more points there from putting the roof on. Alright, now to figure out how we're going to approach this back area. Okay. I guess we could have gone with the Indian light, but I don't know. I think I kind of like the Australian light a little bit more here. Take you up and I mean, we could pull you out to about there. It does stick you out a little bit, but doesn't seem quite so bad. Alright, so there's that. Come back into construction. European stained glass. Center, badger, deer, ibex, lynx, trope. Oh, all three of them. I mean, that's cute. And the background does match the colors over here. It does. But we don't have any of those animals over here. Maybe eventually we will. Oh, that's fun. Wood color. Oh, I reset. I keep doing that. I need to grab the next color. I mean, we could just do them both the same color. So if we do this, sorry, I'm gonna get as close as I can in here. So I want to make sure you're actually touching the side. Alright, so if we go one there, and we do that one there, give us the impression of a window without actually having to put one all the way in. Alright, again, same thing. I just want to make sure I'm still touching the side here, and I look to be. Alright, so do that one there. And that one there. So if we there. Maybe we can make this one a 3-1. Not too much fussing. That looks fairly decent there. Alright, I am happy with that. Let me duplicate you. I think I would like to see you up here as well. Alright, so we'll do one there. One there. We can do you a 3 with size 1. Cool. So that, yes, this adds quite a nice pop of color. I'm happy with that. Alright, now probably need to duplicate that. Let me grab you. I might have to adjust you a bit. How far? Okay. So we'll just bring you over just a bit, about there. Maybe about there. Let's see how far from the top I am. That doesn't look too bad. Alright, I probably should have just did the axis move instead of the surface. And just pull you straight across. That probably would have been the easiest thing to do. Alright, get that slid into there. Perfect. Now, perhaps here we can take our penguin signs, right? Oh, you are shiny, my friend. Very shiny. Why are you reflecting so much light? I don't know. Okay, so we can put you there. And this guy, who I think is a different sign here. You should be touching. Yeah, you look at. Alright, now I'm not gonna overdo our penguin guys here, simply because we might have another animal that we end up putting in over here. So we'll leave room to add them to the building. Right, so keeper's hut. Oh, we need a sign for our keeper's hut. Alright, let's let's see here. There had been... Oh, where was it? I hate it when I do this. I find something and then I'm like, oh, I really liked it. I want to come back and use it. And then I can't ever remember this. Can I color this? No, I can't. Really? I really can't use it. I want to use you though. Nope, you're not recolorable. Dang. Alright. That's not a mural, that's just a painted wall. Okay. Facility signs. Keeper's hut. Alright, you are gonna be our blue color here. Where do we want to put you? Do we want to put you here? Put you here. I think we'll put you here on this one. Kinda sorta center you between the tops of the window. Okay. Now. Alright. We didn't do any windows on the top here. And we probably should. This one I am going to surface move. Just to make things potentially easier. Okay. So you... yeah, maybe... that's fairly close. And then we can just slide you over to here. Alrighty. So we've got penguin there, 2 penguins there. And I'm not going to bother putting anything on this side because I don't really think it's going to be that noticeable. Alright, we do need to put in our, you know what, we'll do our air conditioning unit, or heating unit, on the outside here. I think it's under here. It's either under here or it's under structural props. It's not under decals. I know that. There it is. So we will get this well, maybe it should be up here. Alright, we'll put it on the back side, but I don't know how fussy the guests are gonna get about seeing it. Never really certain with that. Alright, so we need to dress this place up a little. So in this area, there's not really plants that these guys like. There just isn't. So let me see what we can do here. Don't know if we have any fencing that's really gonna work. We've got the Arctic fencing. I mean, it matches all of the wood and stuff, but at the same time, it is very dull. We can't change that color. I mean, we could go symbol color. What symbol color? Oh. That is very dark. I mean, maybe, or we could just do rocks. I don't know. I feel like it would be definitely wood or stone. No problem. No problem at all. I don't know. Like, the rock work would probably fit better. Yeah, you know what? Because none of these fences really are really talking to me for this area. Like, just, we can fuss with the colors a little bit. But since we've got so much stone, and we don't really have any plants. Oh, sorry, I have to change how I'm sitting. We don't really have any plants over here that we can put around the fencing. Probably should just do the rocks. Now that actually fits in fairly well in that specific spot. Alright, now, so that was that one. So we're gonna have to do quite a lot of fussing and adjusting. But that's okay. It's not really all that terrible. And it also gives us an opportunity to potentially add some more statues if we choose to. We don't necessarily need to. Alright. So this guy. And don't be afraid to turn them around and look at them from different angles and stuff. Flip them over. Toss them up on their sides. So you might like it at a different angle. Let's see. Oh, wow. That's a big guy. We might flip this one. Maybe. Maybe not. Alright, I kind of like that. Maybe we'll be... I don't know if we'll be able to get a bench in there. We might have to slide that one back a little. That might sink a little too far in. I mean, I could try to put snow out here, but we don't have any chillers out here, so it's not going to stay. That's my biggest thing with that. Not what okay. Really? That's how you're gonna maneuver. Okay. Not liking that one. This might in fact be the same rock, but not the same rock. I know that made like no sense whatsoever. Alright, and let's see. Alright. Kind of like that placement on you, but can we flip you around just a little bit more and get just a little bit more of that grass covered there. Alright, lovely. And then we'll grab, who do we want? Who do we want? Who do we want? Grab this guy. And slide that one into there, and then sure, we can stick you there. That's fine. Alright, so all of our lighting's on this side at the moment. Let's see about changing that. Alright, so there's one. I did want to see if we could get... Aw, really? That'd be a perfect spot for a bench. You know what? Okay. So, I'll concede and we'll go here. And... Did I move that or did I dupe it? I hope I duped it. Yeah. And then maybe here. And It's like either way out here or back in there. And that, I'm just not feeling that placement, so that's fine. We can get a trash can in there though. That's okay. I can work with that. And let's see here. So we've got that light there. We've got two lights close together there. So maybe here. And here. This might be too much lighting over here, but need one here. I really want this to be two since we're entering a staff area. Alright, let's take a look. How are we doing? Oh, you're doing very well. Very well. You shrunk down very nicely. Alright, cool. So you're right now at 78% scenery. And we've got that to 39% for the negative reduction. And we haven't even done the rest of the buildings back here yet, so that's pretty good. These guys are still a problem, but we're working on it. Alright, now let's go back into nature. Alright, let's see. What do you look like? And can I get you to suit my purposes? Don't really know. It's not terrible, though. Not terrible. Alright. So that was that one. Alright, let's see. It's gonna be a tiny guy. Yeah, that's okay. We can have you raised up a little bit more there. I'm fine with that. Gigantor here. Oh, should we leave Gigantor? Or should we sink Gigantor just a touch? I don't know. I kind of like how dramatically big that is. I think, yeah. Alright, oh yes. Can I, we could swing you just a touch. Perhaps. Can I slide you over? And still get what I was looking for. Kind of. Kind of. Alright. Maybe if we sink you down a little bit. Yes. That'll work. Alright. Can I get you to chill out here? Oh, yes, I would like you to have a double benching here. Yes. Oh, we could go triple benching. Or maybe we get rid of that third bench. But I kind of like that on the curve, though. I do kind of like that. Alright. Probably don't need a trash can here when there's one right there. But let's grab a lamppost and we'll stick that bad boy. Maybe right here. It is probably a lot of lighting in here. Probably more than it really needs to be. It does look a little cluttered with lighting, doesn't it? But we've got lots of guest movement in this area, so maybe it should be so they can see where the hell they're walking. Though, I guess we could omit that one. Maybe. Like, these two are here for the entrance back into here. I mean, we could maybe slide them back, but I kind of like the idea of this being visible here. And that's the keeper's area. And then we'll start to back up on the lighting a bit. But you put one about there. Or do you and you coming into that staff area, and then I feel like it would be double lights coming into this area. I don't want anyone to trip and injure themselves. That would be terrible. I don't think doesn't seem to be a thing that happens here, but wow, your fan out of nowhere got angry. It was behaving itself till that very moment, and it's like, no, I'm gonna be loud now. So, sorry for the rattling noise. I think that's the husband's fan. Or is it the one behind me? Oh, it was the one in the dining room. It was our big fan. We think some tiny little pieces of plastic got embedded in it somehow when Russell was working for the plastic factory. And we've never been able to get them all out. Don't know if I'm gonna put any penguin guys on this side. I might hold off and see if we get any other animals that fit in over here. Perhaps. Alright, how cranky are you? You're still pretty damn cranky. Okay, we might have to put... We're probably gonna have to put walls on you. And pretty you up a bit, but for now... Oh, that's not bad. Can we spin you? Can we spin you a little bit more? Oh, I want to go to the zoo so bad. It's just a pain because our closest zoo is 2.5 hour drive. And the temperature's to the point now where it's kind of miserably hot to go. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that positioning at all. But you know what? I think I'm okay with you sitting back there like that. I hadn't intended to do that, but yeah, okay. We'll roll with it. That's fine. Sometimes when you lean these up against other things, you can get them to do all sorts of things you weren't expecting. Alright, so we are sort of like walling off this area. Sort of accidentally. I still might have to put actual construction walls on those, but see what happens as we get there. But yeah, our closest zoo is 2 hours away. 2.5. We have to go to Tulsa in Oklahoma. That's our closest zoo. Surprisingly, the closest zoo is in the next state. Just all sorts of just wrong and odd, but okay. But they're still doing reservation system right now, and it's nasty hot most of the time there at this point in the year. I mean, the past couple of days were in the 50s, which was odd and probably would have been decent to go, but we don't have the money to go now anyhow. And the reservation system is really difficult for us because it's so up in the air as to whether or not we'd even be able to get there on any given day, depending on what kind of day the husband's having. If it's a bad day, it ain't gonna happen. They do have a way to reschedule your reservation. I don't know how good that is yet, because we only went once since they implemented the reservation system, and that was like a year ago. Alright. So I'd love to go again, I just don't know when exactly that's gonna happen. Probably not for some time now. I did like it the one day we made it during the reservation system when they were still like keeping a tight rein on the amount of people in there at one time. That was nice. Since places have started to relax that, it's been a little crazy. It was nice having elbow room, so to speak. Let's see here. Maybe we can slide this over. And And down into here. That kind of works. Alright, what do we got here? What do you look like? I mean, we could put you there. How about you? Let's see here. Can we turn you? Maybe get a little bit more of your rough edges exposed here. Well, maybe not fully exposed, but just get a different look going. Alright, how are you? Oof. Oof. Alright. You're doing a little bit better on the scenery rating. And you're even better, so I guess because you're closer to that. Alright. I wonder if this will update in real time. That might make a little bit more difficult to see what we're doing. Maybe. Maybe, we'll see. Alright, let me see about grabbing you. Alright, maybe we can turn you a little bit. So I hope everybody has a good weekend. It's a holiday weekend. I keep forgetting about that. Holiday weekend. The real kickoff to the summer season. It's not the first day of summer yet, but Memorial Day is happening. Okay, I'm gonna have to close that for just a minute. So 3-day weekend here in the States. Depending on your line of work. Let's make that very clear. Really only for the professional office people, shall we say? Is it really a 3-day weekend? And like banks and shit? The retail schlubs. And I was a retail schlub, so I'm allowed to say it. I was a retail schlub for many years. Still have to work. It is not a holiday for them, so if you are out and about this weekend in the States, I mean, you should do this anyway, but be kind. It's always tough working the holiday weekends. Especially when people like to be so ugly and forget their manners. Or for even forget to pretend that they have manners. It can be very difficult. It was even worse working in the casino on the holidays. Ugh. 'Cause not only did it suck because you couldn't really plan on doing anything, you know, like you always had to plan it around your work schedule. So if I had to cook, if it was a holiday and I was supposed to cook, we had to either do it like the day before the holiday or the day after the holiday. It was just a huge, ginormous pain in the ass. And, working at the casino, you know, people are drunk. On top of it. So, like, it's just like, not everybody's a pleasant drunk. And, it gets to be a bit much at times. Especially on a holiday weekend where it was pulling teeth to get bank information. That sucked ass so bad. Because we still have to try, and some banks still had representatives sometimes on the phone. It depended on the bank. But, like, it just made it even harder. Because nothing was up to date. Because holiday weekend. Because shit wasn't getting processed in a timely manner and all that. It was just pain. And there was no getting off for holidays in our department. New Year's Eve was mandatory across the board. Nobody got off New Year's Eve unless you put in for it a year in advance, and it was like one person was allowed to be off from our department. I was the exception to the rule 1 year, but that was because we sort of had a family emergency, and my dad was in the hospital, and we didn't know what was gonna happen with him. It didn't look good at that point in time. So my boss is like, "Don't come in." He's like, just don't. He's like, "It's fine. We'll be fine." I was like, "Are you sure? I mean, I haven't slept in like 20 hours. I can try and do another, you know, like 10 hours of being on my feet." And he's like, no. He's like, "You're good. Don't bother." And I'm like, "Okay." That's fine. So I'm trying to get a read on how I want this to sit. Sometimes you gotta look at it from different sides and stuff, but yeah, there was always a little bit of animosity in our department because it seemed like this one particular lady always had off for Christmas, and Christmas Day was a big day. A lot of the Asian clientele from New York and Philly, just, we were swamped. Because they would all come down and there'd be like special shows at like midnight and 3 a.m. and it was very, very busy and chaotic. So she was also like the 9 to 5 person in our department. So some people didn't quite appreciate that she always had the holidays off. And like, I think her excuse was her kids, except her kids weren't that young. And she wasn't the only one in the department that had kids. So that kind of rubbed a couple people the wrong way, shall we say. So, like, she would put in like January 1st, January 2nd for her vacation for the year. I'm just like, really? Russell and I didn't have money to go anywhere, so there was no point in me trying to put in for anything that far in advance. Because I knew I was going to have to work anyway, so it was like, okay, well, there's not much point. I don't think his department was as strict, But he also worked in valet. So they didn't normally have that big of a shortage of people to come in to work. A lot of people wanted to work the holidays in valet to try to get the tips. So, although there was always, you know, cutthroat shenanigans going on with that, that was a whole nother can of worms. I was glad I wasn't dealing with that. You know, a wink and a nod. Yeah, sure. No problem. We'll leave your car up front. If you tipped the right amount of money at the time. And it wasn't entered in the system that it was supposed to be a park. And so they were like pocketing. Some of the drivers were pocketing the money. Russell wasn't a driver. He was a dispatcher. And then, you know, that really fucked him over because the driver would have the keys on them and like go on break or something. And he's trying to find the paperwork when the person's coming out for their car to try to find their fucking keys. Oh, so-and-so had the keys on them. Why did you have the keys on you? You know. Or why is this dude still hanging around when he should have, long since gone home? And then, you know, or they would leave the keys in the car, and then, you know, as the drivers were coming through, other drivers were coming on shift, and they didn't know about the arrangement that someone else had made with a different driver under the table. So they'd be, like, going to park their car, and Russell didn't know anything about what the fuck was going on. He only knows about what's going on with the paperwork's handed to him, and then people are coming out and they're like bitching out Russell. They're like, where the fuck's my car? My car was supposed to be left up front, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It got parked. Don't shoot the messenger. Like, Russell's like, look, if it got parked, it got parked. I can't help you. We can get your car. It's going to take a minute. But, you know, I don't know what these shenanigans are. I don't know. He had a hard enough time riding herd on them. But he can only do so much, right? Because he's not a supervisor, so. It was kind of odd when the drivers wanted to join the union that the dealers had. And I'm just looking at Russell, I'm like, they want a what? I was like, they understand that that's not gonna work out well for them, right? Like, it's not gonna get them any more money. It's just not. If anything, the drivers are gonna be losing money because of union dues.
They thought they were gonna get health insurance out of it.
Yeah, the health insurance tanked when the casino was sold in a bankruptcy deal. I guess I think that's why it got sold. But yeah, and I'm just like, they're gonna be paying through the nose. I've heard the dealers' stories. They're not. It's not gonna help. It's really not. But they were hell-bent on wanting to do it. So all right, so you're up to 16%. And 31. You're a little better. Alright, let's see. What's the heat map looking like? Maybe a little? Alright, so let's see. We're that far from the foot. Alright. Let me grab another lamp post. I'll put one here and here. This is for the staff. So we should probably be at least a little bit lit up back here. I really want to add some foliage back here, but at the same time, I I don't know if we really have any tundra foliage. I'll have to look. I feel like there kind of isn't. Oh, we might be able to get an animal in over here too. And we can just use the same keeper's hut. That would be helpful. Alright. I just need to stretch out my hand for a second. Alright. I feel like we haven't gotten a whole lot done here, but I mean, rocks take time. Alright, I don't want to fence that in that hard if we can avoid it. These guys, though. We can fence these guys in or wall them in. Arches. I mean, we could do a little something like that. Alright, let's see here. Alright, is that poking through the... No. Okay, good. Good. Alright, okay, now... We could, actually. I wonder. Alright, before I get too far ahead of myself, let's, we can't change the color on this. Right? No. Alright, so let's go down to... Where is it? It's that painted wood. It looks like it's a wine burgundy color. It looks like the default. There it is. Alright, so... Gonna make that white. Oh, is that what we really want to do, though? Is this the right one? Yeah, it seems to be. Okay. It might look a little better once we get the roof on. Or do we want to go with the smaller one? Maybe the smaller one here. Alright, so roof. Alright, there's our roofie guy. We need to get the purple off there. Alright, that should be... Yeah, okay. Similar color. I mean, I don't know. You know, it might not work with that colored gable on the end of this one. Because now I'm looking at it, I don't... It worked on the other one, I think, because there was more of a buffer against the dark of the wood. But here, I'm not... Not feeling it. Alright. Well, we tried it. It's like all we can do. We can change our minds. Alright. Question is, do I have to recolor this again? Probably. No. Cool. Alright. What do we have for our EV panels? You're being weird. Okay, what about this one? Really? Is it supposed to look like that, though? I mean, it kind of lines up. But it... Oh, that is so bizarre. Ugh. Don't like that. Why? I mean, it's lining up with the piece underneath. This might just be a misalignment on their part. Maybe. It's very strange how that wants to not sit against itself. This is not a roof set that I usually deal with. Hold on one second. Sorry guys, my tailbone's being extra angry today. Alright, so my damn shaky hand's not helping either. Alright, let's... And that just looks kind of ridiculously big. Let me get rid of that. And I can see that your color decided to be a little bit silly. Like, the other ones sit flush, right? So this is bizarre to me. Oh, is it angled? Is that what part of the problem is? That's very strange. Unless it's supposed to... Now see, that doesn't look terrible. Alright, let's go with that. And let's duplicate. I mean, our colors are suddenly a little bit different, but... Oh, look at you. Oh! Oh! Oh, no, 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 no. You're not touching. What is your deal? Like, the rest of the roof went on fine. Our coloring is a little off on it, but... Alright, you, my friend. What is your deal? Well, that's probably about as good as it's gonna get on that one. Since it's being a little extra fussy. Alright. Oh, for Christ's sake, now we gotta do this to the front too. Damn it. Alright. Well, I mean, do we need to do it to the front though? I mean, it's probably gonna look funny if we don't. Alright, let's dupe. Dupe, dupe, dupe. I miss my guinea pigs to a degree. To a degree. They were a fuck ton of work. I did more laundry for those guinea pigs than I ever did for myself. But that was also so we didn't have to constantly spend money on bedding that we were throwing away, so that was sort of it was definitely a choice. Alright, now let's see here. Can we? Get this to slide in here. Or is it gonna be... As long as it's not like sticking out too far. That doesn't look terrible. It's not bad. It's not bad. Oh, look, see? The line moved. It was over on the edge of their feet now. So that definitely helped. It didn't help enough, but it definitely helped. So we might have to put some statues in over there. I'm torn about putting a roof over this, right? Because it's supposed to be our wind guy. So we probably shouldn't like restrict the wind flow on it that much. Alright, Let's see here. You. I would like to duplicate you. And perhaps stick you right there. And then on this side, oh, can I grab your companion that I've already... Oh, you didn't stay flipped. That's alright. We'll just put you here. And we can sink you down a little bit. That's all good, good. Alright, let's get a light over here on the building. I mean, yeah, we could have gone with, this was the aquatic wall light. I mean, that one might have worked better. But, we're already kind of locked in on using this guy. If I can get him in here. Kind of works. Yes, okay. Alright, I'm hoping a few more statues, maybe? Maybe some more rocks back here. Let's try a few more rocks. Oh, you know what? That's what we were gonna do. We go into nature here. Biome. Mossy rocks in tundra. Fascinating. I guess we're gonna put some like pine trees or shit. A polylepsis tree. Fascinating. Let's go with these guys. It does say tundra. Let's see if we can kind of nestle you. That looks good. About in there. What was our penguin? Like, I don't think there's any. Can't I click on you? There we go. Oh, tundra aquatic. Oh, Oceania and South Central America. See, you're taiga. Oh, I mean, it's not really linked to the exhibit, so... And I really do kind of like that there. I mean, I don't see any reason why we can't keep that. Okay, it can be kind of growing up out of the rock area. Let's see, where do we want to put you, my friend? Where do we want to put you? I'd really much rather have 2 more of those other trees, and I think I will grab them and tuck them in here. Because, like, I know the penguins didn't necessarily want plants. And I get it, I do. But at the same time, we need some kind of foliage back here. If you would stop attaching yourself to my lamppost, that would be all sorts of fabulous. Alright, that's good there. Alright, let me take off. Like, are you guys gonna flip your shit if I put some moss in here? They might. It's just so barren. But I don't think they really want it. Alright, I need a penguin opinion. Penguin opinion. This might not count for much of anything here. And that's fine if it doesn't. I just feel like it needs some sort of something in here. Will you get mad about the tree? You may, and in which case, if you do, we'll take it out, but originally it wasn't acting like you even had a tree option. Oh, alright, can't go too much further with the treeage. Can we put a little tree out here? I mean, I would like to, but I mean, a tree could be growing in the rock crevices. And there we go, we got a little crevice there. Tuck you in. Okay, no more trees. For over there. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna take off Oceanic. Oh, so that's, oh, right, Taiga. Oh, that's a big version. Oh, right. Look at the dollar amount. Of course it's a bigger version. Or maybe I can stick something else shorter in there. Alright, we're gonna have to be on this side to really get you in here. But maybe we can get some other... You're just a little big, I think, for what I'm hoping to do. Alright, I'm okay with that. Oh, you're very big too. Okay. Well, alright then. You would fit. Sort of okay. If we tuck you into here. Alright. I don't know, maybe we raise you up just a little. I mean, I don't know. I think it would be better to have you in between, because then it kind of looks like you're actually growing out of that crevice back in there, because you can't see if it goes down to the ground. So that's good there. How we doing? Look! That one's fully pulled in. This one's almost off of this group of people. Question is, now. Alright, we still have some room to play here. Okay. We haven't hit the max mark yet. Oh, that's a little line. Put that there. So we've got this bush. More caribou moss. Cowberry bush. Some Labrador tea. Am I saying that right? Yeah, Labrador tea. Maybe we can kind of tuck you back here a little bit. Alright, the diamond willow bush. Diamond leaf willow bush, excuse me. The smallest one we have of that. Alright, let me see here. Let me grab you. Turn you. Like, it does kind of look like it's growing out of the rocks a little bit, but if we can... Yeah, if I can place it in, like, the darker shadows. That I'm okay with. Alright, so I kinda didn't want to block the view back here, but at the same time like it does look a little weird to have like an icy mural and just like plop a tree in front of it, but can I duplicate you? And can I sync you? I mean, it does give a little bit of color back there, so it's not totally lost. Plus it helps with our decoration rating, to be perfectly honest. Alright. Okay, so we're completely off this group now, and we're just touching these guys. Alright, let me see here. We can get away with a bench there. Oh, snap. I want to duplicate, not move. Okay. My bad. Alright, so now... Alright, let me turn that off just for a moment. I think we can get that down a little bit smaller. I really feel like we can. Put that there. Okay. And let me grab you and we'll put you out here. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we can do a few more rock things back in here. See how we can... I'm gonna put the flashlight on because we're working in a shadow, although that didn't help all that much, but... sometimes it does. Sometimes. Alright, can I spin you? Kinda, sorta. Alright, and what about this guy? Can I get him in here? Just so. Yes, yes we can. Okay. Alright, now. Let's see. About one of my big guys. One of our big guys would be helpful here. In this space. Then we don't need to add quite so much extra. Alright, let's go with that. And let's see here, what can we do with you? Alright, I'm okay with that. Alright, can we turn you to do what I want you to do? Might not be able to. Alright, not really getting what I wanted there, but that's okay. Because, let's come back into our plants here. We can get this guy in here. Looks decent there. And maybe we grab this one a little bit straighter. The heck was orange? Oh, inside of that building. Okay. So that's fine. Alright, now. Oh, hello, NetDoc. What's my favorite animal? My favorite animal? That's a tough one. Probably capybara. I do like those giant guinea pigs. Or giant guinea pig-like critters. I do have a soft spot for them. When I was younger, I was obsessed with orcas. Kind of got away from that. But capybaras and flamingos. Oh, nope. Don't want to do that. I love the honky bastards. They just get so sassy. If you ever actually watch them sometimes at the zoos and they start getting in each other's faces and they're just like honking off at each other and it's like, oh, I wonder what they're going on about. Like just the conversations that you can make up in your head about what they suddenly got so angry about is just hilarious. It's like, nah, no you didn't. So it kind of like, it just kills me. I have a photo that I took of them at the Tulsa Zoo when we were there, where they were all in each other's faces. Oh, let me see if I can find that real quick. Let me see. I think it's gonna be on here. No, not there. Oh, where is it? Is it documents? No, photos. There we go. I keep forgetting that Russell backed up the photos on the camera. Okay, it's in the other folder. It's in folder 2. Alright, here we go. It was just so hilarious. I have it as my desktop image. Where they're just like all in each other's faces, just honking off at each other. I love it. Absolutely love it. Let's see, is it gonna show? There it is. Oh, I don't know what that was that I just clicked, but oh, nope, that's not what I want. I want the image. I don't know what I just clicked there. What? Why can't I grab this? There we go. So I love the honky guys. I don't think the Tulsa Zoo has any capybaras. I've never seen them, so if they're there, they're in a part that we've never explored, which would seem odd to me because we've seen quite a good amount of that place. I don't know, they're just... I don't know what it is about them. They're just a little derpy and a little bit sassy, and I'm here for it. I think maybe one more rock here. Just a small guy. Doesn't need to be too frightfully big here. Let me spin you just a little bit. So this is like back of the house area, but it's still gonna help with our negative rating over here from our buildings. Oh, good. Good. We're now halfway through this group. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to tuck it in past the bench, but we're gonna try. It's definitely come down a good amount. Let's see. That one's at 28%. 31%. Okay, so we still have some wiggle room. Still got room to work with to bring this down a bit. So what is your favorite animal, since we're on the subject? I know a lot of people love giraffes. And some people love the big cats. Our closest zoo actually has a section for injured bald eagles that can't be released to the wild. I like this big guy. I get him in here. That kind of works. Let me see, can I... that looks a little better. Maybe we can sit some stuff up on top of you. That would be good. Sorry if I am a little slow to answer chat replies when I'm building. I'm usually fiddling with the controls over here, so I do check it periodically. Just don't be upset if I don't answer you on the drop of a dime. I try to. Sometimes it does take me a minute to catch the questions coming through. Alright, let's see if we can... I mean, it's stepping on that just a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. Alright, now let me grab a big guy. I mean, I don't want to go too big here. Oh, that works. Yes, yes, that does. I just don't want it competing with the height of the other one back there. Alright, now let's come back into plants. It's a very flat bushy thing here. Alright, this one's kind of hard to see. All of our shadows and things we got going on over here. Alright, now let's see here. You know, I can tuck you in right here. And that works with that. So anybody have any fun plans for this weekend? Anybody just looking forward to staying home? Getting caught up on some stuff? Anybody working? If you're working, I feel for you. It's not going to be a fun weekend to be working in the States, at the very least. I mean, I feel for you regardless of where you are, but it's definitely not going to be fun working here this weekend. Alright, how we doing? Any better? We've got it past the foot. Alright. So it does take into account scenery that's next to it. So I think once we start getting some more stuff done over here, that'll probably calm down a bit. Alright, so, and we haven't done any rock work back in here yet. So I'm actually going to save real quick, just in case anything silly happens. Alright. Now. Okay. Let's go back into our rocks. What time is it? Okay, we can go a little bit longer. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry, but can probably go just a little bit more here before we call it a day. Wow, that's a $10 rock, huh? I feel like should probably be a little bit more than a $10 rock. I mean, I'm not going to complain too hard. We are on Sandbox, so I mean, money doesn't matter that much. Alright, let's come back into plants here. So we'll put you in there. And I'm thinking, is this the bent over one? One of these. Yeah, this guy. Alright. So you don't need to be completely in the rock. Alright, what do you look like from out here? Perfect. Alright. So we didn't really finish putting in some stuff over here, so we should probably stick in a little bit more of our tea bush here. Pull that up just a little bit. Alright, stick that there. And we can, well, I wasn't planning on adding another one of those, but okay. I was actually looking to grab a different bush. It's gonna have this guy peeking out there. Alright. Grab this guy. Oh, that looks very nice right in there. Good, good. Alright, how are we doing? How are we doing? Really? You're still angry about that? Really? Okay. You're a little bit better. Okay. I think we can get that a little bit further in. Not a whole lot, but I think we can get it just a bit further. So let's see about doing just that. Alright, and then maybe we'll grab another. We don't really have this one out here. I mean, we probably could. Don't want to overplant it though. Alright, let me maybe tip you a little bit. And that's not bad. Okay. So we got that. And then let's see if we can duplicate you back into here. Because, you know, people are going to be walking up this way and looking there. And then perhaps we can grab you. And see about maybe tucking you into there. Alright. And I know this spell is huge. It really is. I would like to see about sinking you pretty far down. I mean, technically, it would probably fit a little bit better right in there. And that's not bad. I feel like I want you over just a little bit more. There we go. I'm alright with that. Okay. It's more of our caribou mossy stuff. Should probably have those in a couple of places out here since we put them in the penguin exhibit. All right. We'll put you in there. And then, let's see. We can get you tucked up into here. Let me spin you. It's probably about as good as you're gonna get. Alright, so grab our willow bush. Alright, we'll put you there. And I think we'll drop another one of you on the back edge in here. Let's go ahead and turn you just a little bit. And actually, maybe one more of you. Say about back in here. Doesn't have to be up terribly high, but there we go. That looks pretty good. Alright, what about... Alright, so the bench is still in there. We still have some room though, so let's see what we can do. Back in here. See about getting this guy in here. And try to slide you on into there. Alright. Now let's come back over here. See about trying to finish up our rocks in this section. I'm trying not to block the decorating that we did on the side of the building too much. Probably gonna happen though. Probably inadvertently, but then it feels like we wasted a bunch of time decorating the side of the building if we're just gonna end up blocking it from sight line. But it's not gonna be like a direct sight line though, so it helped us get to where we needed to be, for sure, in regards to our negative rating, so. Let me see how, that's not bad. Alright, let's see. Let's twist this guy a little bit there. Well, I guess that's alright. Alright, I'm gonna surface move you just to try to get a better look at you. See what you have to offer. Alright, so if we plop you there, let's pop back into our plants here. And see what we can do with these guys. Oh no, wait, I still wanted that. I'm gonna tilt you a little bit out there. Alright. Not looking half bad. We still have a long way to go, so we won't be finishing up this area tonight. Apologies, but we'll probably be here another 4 hours on that if we try. And I do have some other things I need to get to tonight, so. Do have stream prep I need to do for Wednesday. For next Wednesday, rather. Alright, let's see. Oh, that works, I think. Yes. Good there, and see about tucking in one of our little tiny willow bushes here. And do we think we can get this little berry bush guy in there? Yeah, that works. Okay. Now, what do we want to stick on the edge here? Do we want a big berry bush? Oh no, that's the same berry bush. It's the same berry bush, friend. we could go a larger Willow. Alright. Well, this place is certainly looking different than it did earlier. Just on the edge of that damn bench. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do about that. It's my one goal to see if we can get that to happen here today. So let's see here. I did end up having to get a can of air. I can't remember if I told you guys last week. Because we got a little nervous about the noise that was making one of the fans. I'm still hearing the noise now. I didn't hear it when we first started. But it's not as pay attention to me loud, so I think it did help. We did end up getting quite a good amount of dust out of there, which was a little concerning because I didn't think I had pulled that many dust bunnies off of the outside intake. Apparently I had. So don't forget to do maintenance on your PCs. We had a heck of a time finding that air too. We searched all over the electronics department at Walmart because we were like, oh, that's where it's gonna be. And then, lo and behold, they had it in the office supplies. And we usually see the cans of air at our local, closer to us, grocery Walmart. And they didn't have any, and we're like, oh no. Don't tell us it's gonna be one of these things. I think that was the cat showing up. That might have been the cat alarm. Can't be certain. But it might have been. It could have also been a weird random message that Russell got on his phone. Alright, let me see. Let's grab that. Like, we had to get another couple of cases of water. And I was like, yeah, we're gonna need water this weekend. He goes, yeah, I know. I'll get it. And I'm like, yeah, but it's a holiday weekend. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna go today. I was like, yeah.
I thought I was going to as soon as you were saying that.
Well, I wasn't sure if you had remembered.
No. As soon as you told me it was a holiday weekend, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we gotta get that.
Because I really don't want to play that game.
No. So what do you think?
I like it so far. I do think you did a good job on the gardening section there.
I'm getting better at that.
Is the thing in the center the employee area or what?
This? Yeah, this is staff buildings.
What's the thing with the blue roof?
That's my water treatment.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's nice. That's well hidden.
And I put to use the wall murals that they have, and I was like, oh, okay, well, let's just kind of do that to add a splash of color back there.
That's pretty neat. I like that. I also like your little glassed-in area in that building over there.
Oh, my break area?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're growing grapes
done.
This is the big keeper hut.
Yeah, it's nice.
So, alright, right now I'm just trying to get this negative to get off of this bench on this building. It's being a thorn in my side. We're getting there. We're getting there. Just have a little bit more. Alright. we're definitely in the right direction here for getting that out of there. Let's go for the little guy. Little guy. Right, so, for those that don't know, I do have all of the socially things. So, there's a Kofi page if you don't want to donate through Twitch. That goes directly to my PayPal. There is, and on the Kofi page I have a gallery of all of the art I've done. I'm starting to put a small gallery together over on Instagram of some of my art. Not all of it is there, some of it is. But that's about all that I post over there. We do have the Twitters, and I post all sorts of random stuff there. And everything is pretty much NiseyBGN or Nisey Paints, one of the two. We do have the Etsy shop, but I don't have anything up for sale in the Etsy shop at the moment. I have stuff to post, I just haven't had the money to post it. Because you do have to do a small listing fee, and while the listing fee is not that terrible, I don't have it, because I've got probably about, I don't know, $10 worth of listing fee stuff to post, so maybe in another month or two I will be able to post some more stuff for sale up there. If there was ever anything up in the shop that you were interested in and is gone, feel free to message me, because it might have just fallen off the posting. I more than likely still have it. Because while we managed to sell some things, we didn't sell all of the things, so. Alright. And then we have the YouTube channel where most of the live streams get archived. Plus, every so often you might see a video pop up that wasn't a live stream that we just did as a YouTube project. It does happen from time to time. Let's see. Can we get this sort of in here? Let's see about that. Maybe down just a little bit further. Alright. Okay, so how are we? I have a feeling I'm gonna have to add a couple of penguins back here. Oh, we may have, okay, like maybe a couple more things on this side, and then we won't have to. Okay, alright. Let's go back into nature. And our rocky guys. Almost there. On that negative rating. Alright. Okay, so let's come back into plants. And see about sinking this guy. could take them up to their full height. Technically shouldn't be too troublesome. I think, by Jove, we may have done it. Alright, let's see if that at least gets them a little bit happier. I mean, they're thirsty, so they're going to be angry about that, but... see if we can at least get them to stop bitching about it. For the time being. Alright. So let's do a brief walkthrough of where we're at so far. Standard was explore mode. Alright, so I've got the fencing up on the sidewalks right now, just to kind of, you know, give me the illusion that I've got people from wandering off. These guys are in a hurry. Alright, so we can do, we did this last week, but we'll do another brief walk through here. You can only really seem to go one speed when you're on the guest level cam. So, well, people are buying stuff, so. What is this about? Okay, zoo ticket prices. I know lots of people are thirsty and want to go to the bathroom, and they're hot. Alright, well, we'll do the staff area after. So this is our kind of savannah-y area. All kinds of spider hats. I don't even have any spiders in here yet. So we've got some gift areas with just a memento. We have an information booth over here. And we've got a Hats Fantastic. Over here is where I have left a space for a couple of concession stands if need be. Once we eventually get concessions opened up. If the wheel ever gives them to me. And we've got like a little picnicky, shady area. I think I'm gonna take this picnic table out and we'll put a bathroom in there when we come back over to this area. Got some sculptures and whatnot. Educator just did a random talk, or they were trying to. Up here is our walkway over the giraffes and zebras. And we have our big barn. We've got 2 keepers on this area to deal with the size of the exhibit more than anything. And we've got a signboard there. Should have been a second one. Oh yeah, they're both there next to each other. We've got some donation buckets up here. eventually we'll end up putting these guys on birth control because I don't have death turned on, so, but I'm gonna let them add a bit more to their population for the time being, because it's a good sized exhibit. They've got room to roam. We can get a few more in there without them being too pissy. I'm a little surprised they haven't fed the giraffes recently, but that's okay. Alright, and then we come back down on this side, and you know, we've got our talk area down here. And people should be coming over to that fairly soon. Looks like these people might be heading over for that now. We've got some education boards about the animals on either end. And yeah, we do definitely have people coming over. Some people are going to stand, some people are going to fill in. And we've got a roof over this for when it's raining. They're all filling in now. Getting some shade. Getting some fun giraffe and zebra facts. Although I think she's only talking about the giraffes. I should probably add her to do the zebras too. But that might need a second talk point. We'll just pretend she's talking about both. So we've got a full house all up in here. Everybody's over here. And then we've got our staff area for this section. So there is water in that exhibit, so we do have a water treatment and a power generator back here. That's gonna be the entrance exhibit. To the exhibit. I don't have a water temperature regulator back here. Mostly because I didn't really think we needed that for the giraffes and the zebras. And then we've got our keeper's hut and our veterinary building. We've got an animal trade center. We've got a staff building back in here. And then this back staff path is just to get pretend access back to our staff, our concessions stands at the moment. Well, our shopping stands at the moment. Even though they just jumped the counter. And then we have the area that we've been working on with the penguins. So we still have quite a bit to do over here on the penguins. So I'm thinking probably next week we might be able to finish this area up. But let's go walk past the penguins real quick before we look at the staff area. Alright. Got some more penguin statues. And let's see, we got an information board. There was an animal and feeding enrichment over here somewhere. I think it was here. And I'm pretty sure that they can still get to that. Kind of surprised the keepers haven't replaced it yet. Alright, so hopefully they will take care of that soon. So we've got the entrance to the penguins for the keepers there. And we've got some benches here. And then this, it said that the penguins could have a walkthrough on their exhibit. So, let's check out our penguins. Kind of surprised that they're not refilling that enrichment block back there. Oh, there you go. Nope, he's leaving. Interesting. Hopefully they do that soon. All of them are empty. Oh, the penguin just walked through your feet. Where'd he go? Oh, he's walking around you. Or she is. Are we gonna go for a swim? Maybe? We're gonna poop. That was a lovely shot. Thank you, Mr. Penguin. Or Mrs. Penguin. For spewing your poop at us. Good job. I don't know, maybe they're not hungry yet, so that might be why they haven't redone any of the enrichment foods. Oh, that one's filled. Alright, so we've got some people down in here. I mean, the guests can't walk this far through. I didn't put the pathway for them to do so. But hi, Zuzu. Zuzu's here, guys. Zuzu will be done in just a minute, buddy. Zuzu's mad that I haven't made dinner yet. He's like, lady, you're done. Alright, well that one's been filled. Maybe they just haven't gotten to it yet. Sorry, bud, I need both my hands at the moment. So we've got some more people crowding around over here, watching the penguins through the viewing window. Alright. And then we'll come back out here. Don't escape, penguin. Don't walk through that door, my friend. Alright, and everybody's freezing because I've got the temperature so cold in the penguin exhibit, so it's kind of funny that they want to walk through. Yes, give me all of your money. Please do. So this is our talk point for the penguins. And it's nice to see everybody kind of coming down here and looking at them too, so we're not completely bottled up inside the exhibit. And that's as far as we've gotten so far. Oh, I keep forgetting. Standard is like super fast. And free looks a little bit slower. So yeah, I mean, we still have a little bit to go. We have to finish some rock work over here. And landscape the rest of this back in here. And then we just have a few more buildings to put some facades on, but that won't take too terribly long. We can probably get that wrapped up next session. Let's see, did we put a perk on this one? No, we didn't. Vendors with this perk will make guests they interact with even happier. I think we did healthcare on the other one. We can do rec room here. So yeah, that's where we stand so far. And so not bad, not bad. This might be a little more landscape than I was originally thinking we were gonna go, but I think we might be able to squeeze in another animal over in here, or two. We'll see. At least one. In which case then we can utilize this back area and maybe we'll get like one of the other cold animals in over here. We'll see what happens when we spin the wheel the next time and what we get handed to us. So, let's see. Who can we go and visit today? Let's see. I don't think we've ever visited this person before. Ooh, they're playing Fallout. Let's see, can I talk in their chat? I know it's gonna sound odd, but not all chats I can talk in. Let me pause that. Looks like we can. Okay. So let's grab them. So, stream schedule for the rest of the weekend. We'll not be doing anything tomorrow. We will be doing art on Sunday, though. As we continue to work on the second episode of season 3 from Bob Ross's Joy of Painting. Why is this not... Am I just failing at copy and paste? Like, what the hell? There we go. I was failing. So yeah, we'll be doing more needle felting on Sunday. So we're gonna go see Evil Sea Monkeys. They are playing Fallout New Vegas. They are part of the stream team. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me. This will be archived on the YouTube channel soon, maybe the next couple of days. So if you want to go back and rewatch that, you can go check out the YouTube channel NiseyBGN. And I will see you all on Sunday. Have a great weekend.